Hello, my computer duders. Sorry for the snacking. I had to get home in a hurry to stream. I didn't eat anything this evening. So, you may have noticed a few changes. Some things are different. We're vampires now. That's what we're doing. We're vampires. You may have also noticed we don't have any more waste packs. I have 32 of these now. I did cheat a little bit. Last time you may have seen the base was in a death spiral. I had banked everything on fossil fuels. I couldn't make enough fossil fuels fast enough to keep up with energy demands. And that meant refrigeration began to fail. And as refrigeration began to fail, the toxic waste bags began to dissolve and create a huge biohazard in this area. Which, if I'd done nothing about that, it would have made the base uninhabitable without killing my pawns, and I would have had to basically abandon my base. And a lot of people would have died of starvation as we migrated somewhere else to start over. We would have had to leave all our robots. That broke me. A similar thing happened in Minecraft, which broke me and caused me to stop playing survival only. When I painstakingly fetched 2 of every animal, like fucking modern Noah, and did the whole rigmarole to get them underwater safely without drowning them, into my underwater dome farm, and then I made everything out of wood, and some lava leaked out of my smoker that I fueled it with lava, and it burned everything down and killed all the animals, and it said, you know what, fuck it! Fuck doing everything legitimately. I'm 40 now. I don't have all the time in the world to grind at video games. There's satisfaction in the grind, no lie. But at some point you run out of time. And you just have to you got to make some compromises in how you play. So I cheated in a big mountain of steel, some plasteel, a big mountain of chem fuel, and some chips to make these things. Because without that, I wasn't going to be able to continue to play, and I'd have to throw away my colony. I regret it. It already feels less gratifying. I might start another playthrough as Tribals just to get the satisfaction of the grind back later. But I'm streaming. I also want to entertain you guys, and that means I want to awaken the monolith. But I need to be ready for that. And in this case, readiness means vampire super soldiers. Cyber vampires. Oh, also, I felt bad for one of these people. These blood bank people. So I methodically replaced all the parts I took out of their body with bionics. Then I realized they're like 72 years old. So if I didn't give them their own biosculptor, they're going to die of old age. And my investment would be lost. So I turned them into an undead, a ghoul. Called Necrobot. This is what that looks like. It's not pretty. It's a cybernetic ghoul. It's got all cyber parts, plus the ones that only ghouls can have. Like a metal blood heart. Or a ghoul barbs. Ghoul plating and whatnot. So there's cybernetics that only ghouls can survive the attachment process for. I've got a lot more mechanoids. Things are getting done. I already feel a sinking feeling that I'm cheating by having all those resources free of charge. But I was not having fun limping along in starvation mode constantly because of the struggle to keep up with the need for components. And once I had enough energy for these farms, they were so productive, I got rid of my farms out here except to grow chocolate trees. Why do I do that? For money. Chocolate sells for a lot of money. A lot of fucking money, which is how I got rich as balls in this game. Everything burned down, though. No, it didn't burn down. Blood Rain killed it. Blood Rain kills plants, it turns out. I'm slowly saving up the shit I need to afford an aircraft. They're really expensive in this game. If you want one that can carry any amount of stuff. There's also a fucking flying saucer, but that's even more expensive. Look at all the shit you need to afford one. 2,400 plasteel, 5,600 steel, 2,400 gold, neurotramine, which I can't spare because I need that for medicine. It's bonkers. So I'm making the next cheapest one. Short talk, if you were to run a private server for Abiotic Factory, I could get a lot of people from the stream to join it and play it regularly, I think. That'd be a lot of fun. Also, even though I cheated in all that fuel so recently, I'm still running out of fossil fuels. This is all I have left. We're once again at the end of the fossil fuel age. It's just impossible to sustain this kind of energy output. Without, I would need all these rooms to be full of these things. It's making fuel 24/7. And already 75% of what I grow, all this, actually 50%, goes to biofuels. And it still doesn't keep up with the demand for fuel. So I'm thinking what I'm going to do is get rid of all the fossil fuels. And go nuclear, which I've already built the reactor. Quad reactor. It's on the lowest capacity now. I have ample cooling because I know at some point these are going to be destroyed in a raid, and I want to be ready for that. So I also have these cooling towers down here for about like 4 or 5 times as much cooling as I need. I miss my solar panels. Solar panels are very quaint and charming. This solar punk, but they just aren't cutting it anymore. I'm also raising cattle. I turned the Ancient Danger into a barn, but they're taking their sweet time to make any straw. I should make one of these into straw. Or I can't grow it here. You cannot grow hay grass in hydroponics. That's wild. I know you can't grow trees, but that's what fiber corn is for. So I got a full pool of fuel, the fuel pool. I've turned off manufacturing for now to save uranium because some of the aircrafts run on uranium. I caught a baby metal horde. Look at how cute it is. Look at this little bastard. I brutalized the shit out of it. It had it coming though. Are they at least good sources of energy? They're not. Doesn't even break even. I can't bear to kill it though. It's so cute. So teeny tiny. I had a lot more of these once, but Zulu kept killing them. You know what I figured out? Zulu and Snow Bunny keep having mental breaks. That's because Snow Bunny and Zulu have something in common. They're both body purists, which means that they have a phobia of cybernetic implants. They've just been losing their minds, and I made them into cyber vampires. Understandably so. Understandable that they would have mental problems. Zulu had to be imprisoned until I can manage to convert him. He's got to be whittled down. Alright. We can try to convert him. Only Strog are allowed here. This ain't gonna work. Zulu's stubborn. Sounds like a plan, Stan. Also, all my fucking wind turbines got BTFO'd in a raid. That's when I decided to go full nuclear. Because otherwise I was just gonna have to somehow keep building fossil fuel generators down here. It was a race against time for a while. I didn't know if I was gonna complete the reactor ahead of running out of fuel. And I didn't want to cheat again because I already felt pathetic for doing so in Rimworld of all things. Did it work? Did it work? Did it work? Did it work? Zulu, are you... No, he's not. It diminished his certainty, however. So the next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna call upon the dark principalities of Satan. We're gonna wipe his memory. By the way, everybody wearing black armor is a vampire. Everyone in white armor is a human. I regret making so many vampires. It turns out that they're pretty crippled. They can be really powerful if you put a lot of resources into all the shit they need to boost their stats. But they're also really expensive resource-wise, and they're afraid of fire. So they run away from any battle where there's fire, which is almost every battle. It also means I can't use any mechanoids that have flamethrowers. Strugification. Who are we waiting on? Strategif. And Mr. Naysayer, you slowpokes. Why are you so slow? Are you missing legs that I don't know about? You should be fast. Moving 122%. You should be faster. You should be faster too. What gives? %66%. Oh. Here we go. Ikam bokam, bokadipo, ikam bokam, bokadipo. Ololo, ololo, ayo yo yo, ayo yo yo, ololo. This will erase his memories of his prior life. Zulu flipped out, and now we have to stop the ritual. God damn it! Alright, Zulu, you made me do this. I'm gonna nerve staple him. Fuck it, we're nerve stapling him. I'm afraid that might technically make him a slave. I don't know. Look at this guy. Let's take his spine out. Oh. Oh, he depends on go juice. That's not good. At least he's just gonna die anyway because we don't produce drugs for him. Execute. Oh, let's do a public execution. That'll be fun. I'll be the one to do it. Fucking kill this bastard. He's a Horax cultist. And a hate chanter. He tried to bring harm and calamity upon us. Fucking terminated. Spectacular termination. It made them happier to watch him die. I bet it did. These guys won't fucking leave us alone. They're always up our ass crack. I never did anything to them. Let's take a skull out too. We collect skulls now. That's right. We'll eat his flesh. Look at our TV though. Holy shit, that's baller. It's like ultra wide. That's what they have in the Rimworld future. It's like 42 by 9. These are all the body parts that they don't want to hull. I don't know why. Are you not configured to store body parts? Alright, Zulu. We're gonna cut you up and eat you now. Not Zulu, Kina. Human bacon. Look at that, it looks so good. It shouldn't look as good as it does. It's not really cannibalism because the meat gets reprocessed into Soylent Green. We eat a mostly meat diet because all the veggies have to go to biofuel. Which I'm going to use up, and actually I shouldn't use it up. I should probably start dismantling these or turning them off. Or just maybe keep them, but turn them off and keep them as backup. Just in time, we finished all the nuclear stuff. The cool thing about Rim Atomics is that the process of researching it requires you to perform every step along the way of building a functioning reactor. So it doubles as a tutorial. It's masterfully executed and should be in the base game. And it's also pretty educational, too, about how nuclear power plants work. Our batteries are going to start running low pretty soon because we're going to be out of fuel in the short order. This is a fucking greedy monster of fuel consumption. We're gonna need fuel for the aircraft anyway once we finish that. Which carries 16, 17 people, more than enough. For my vampire squad and whoever we capture. Although, we can also just drop bombs from it. Out of 10. I don't know what that means. Does that mean I should have 20? I'll try a couple different bomb types. And gas them from above. I think everybody's got one. Video GIF. Does Sam have one? Sam has one there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope. Does Ash have one? Ash does not have one. Does Naysayer have one? He does. Short Talk has one. We're vampires though now. So what happens when we do age reversal? How does that work? We just keep getting younger. Oh, our batteries are almost out. Oh fuck, we're about to run low on power. Alright, that's what I knew what would happen. I knew that would happen. About to start browning out. We'll never brown out again after this. Wait, we have to turn these back on for a little bit, I guess. Because there's not enough power to operate the console. I didn't think about that. Has to be enough power to operate the console. Silly me. We need our generators one last time, it looks like. This is why I'm not in charge of a nuclear power plant. I bungled that, didn't I? Go here. We have some of the better mechanoids now, but not the really cool ones I like, because we can't have any flamethrowers anywhere. Which makes me sad. If I'd known that vampires were this nerfed against fire, I would have reconsidered infecting half of my colony with vampirism. How'd I do that? Is that good? Let's turn this off in stages this time, so that the batteries don't drain all at once. Turn these off, just these ones. It's easier said than done getting off fossil fuel when you come to rely on it, even though you know that it's going to run out. Easiest thing to do is always nothing. Here's the cool one. I like this guy a lot, Centurion. He does nothing. He's not a good fighter, except for emit a big shield. He's just a portable shield generator, which is very useful in battle. If you just cluster your guys around him, you can shoot them and they can't shoot you. Until the shield is overwhelmed. We're still good. We're still good for power. Okay, we shut off generator pod 1.5. Shut this off. Let's see if we're still good for power. I'm trying to find the exact optimal reactor rod engagement percentage that won't burn fuel too quickly, because nuclear fuel is costly to make. What will I do with all the space? I freed up so much space by atomizing all the toxic waste packs. I was just like, fuck it, we're vampires now. Interesting tidbit. Each vampire can only have 4 of these glucosid pumps and 2 of these death rest accelerators, but there's no limit. Hang on, there's no limit on these or these. So technically, if I wanted one superpowered Giga Super Saiyan vampire, I could just make a single casket, eliminate some of these walls, and put pillars here, and just have all of this space just be these 2 things. And how do you get all this blood? Easy. You abduct people. People are free. You can just take them. And then you cut off all their body parts, including their eyeballs. And then you give them lobotomies, because I'm not a cruel man. Not all of my vampires are powered up to be able to actually use all this yet. But they will be. I'm just planning for the future, because the game lets me build them anyway. Short Talk and Hamdad have gotten almost all the serums so far. That's the thing about being strong, is that all living creatures are just resources. They're just materials. They're food, they're fuel, they're replacement parts. It's a metaphor for the industrial war machine of the United States. And it's not a particularly subtle one at that. You'll like this, Netist. I'm finally getting off fossil fuels. Because this is all the fossil fuel I have left. Like, in the world. I'm still making more fossil fuel, but I can't keep up with demand. I'm running out. I'm shutting it down in stages, and I've switched to nuclear power. Which, this should be more than enough to run this colony and then some. Forever. It pained me because uranium sells for a lot. That's money, but I need it for fuel now. Let's turn off the rest of these. It also pained me to get rid of my solar panels. I like pure renewable setups. They're cute. They're really charming to have everything run off of wind and solar and whatnot, and batteries. Am I still running on poop? Almost. They don't poop enough. I had to dedicate 50% of my hydroponic farm just to making biofuel, and it still wasn't enough. The problem is, I also need to feed my guests, my captives. They eat a lot of food too, and when they poop, it doesn't go back into the system. It goes into bedpans. They get swept up. So I made them toilets, but they can't walk, so they can't use them. So they're just a drain on the system, and they basically only contribute blood. You need a lot of blood to have any amount of vampires, though. Each 2 people can support 3 vampires, is a good rule of thumb. Poop is free, but the output of this reactor is so fucking gonzo bananas. And I can then use my farm to actually make food for all my captive human beings. It's a conundrum. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll keep the generators for now as backup. Because we never know when something will happen that'll force us to shut off the reactors. Like, raiders could destroy our cooler system. Then we would have to shut down our reactors, and if we didn't have a backup to fall back on, then the siege would be successful. I finished my SCP foundation. Look at the baby. Look at the baby. It's a baby metal horror. How are we doing for power? I could probably dial it down a little. I could dial it down a little. We're completely off gas now. The balancing act is that if I guess wrong and the batteries run out, there's no way to restart the reactor without turning the generators back on. That seems to be fine. We're trying to be economical with fuel. This used to be our ceremony room. Then I sit there with my thumb up my ass and looking embarrassed and bashful, having to turn the generators back on just to reactivate the reactor. Oh, it's slowly counting down. All right, we found the limit. We found where the limit is. There's so much energy in nuclear fuel. It's amazing. I want them to deplete it at exactly the same rate, so that when it comes time to refuel, it's simpler. I could do it in a staggered fashion, so that one uses fuel way faster than the others, so that I only need to replenish the fuel in one of these at a time. There we go, perfectly balanced, as all things should be. Perfectly balanced reactors. That means I've got a lot of room to grow. The nice thing about a reactor like that is that if you need more energy, you just go in there and ratchet it up a little bit. Short talk, somebody's asking about your server rack. I know you want to talk about it. He has sort of a hobby server rack of microcomputers. Should I also build a giga battery? What if I replaced all this with battery? Might be cool, right? I think I'll just destroy these. I never want to do the gas again. I think I'm going to make a giant fucking fuck-off mega battery. Talk with Nedist about your microcomputer rack that you have. He's doing the same kind of thing. So now that all the pieces are in place, I feel ready to turn on the higher level monsters. Awaken Void Monolith. This is gonna summon the really fuck-ass monsters. I think I also made a Revenant vertebrae recently. It's happening! It's happening! Oh Lord! Oh Lord, they coming! The sky darkens and a malevolent hum fills the air. The monolith has begun to awaken. Your actions have attracted the attention of something beyond human understanding. Soon structures of the void will begin manifesting in this reality. Activate the arriving void structures to fully awaken the monolith. The first wave will appear shortly. Prepare yourself. Oh, believe me, I have. I think my cyber vampire super soldiers can handle whatever you got to throw at me. Oh shit, metal horrors. Actually, was not counting on that. I didn't know that's what you fucking meant. You fucking thing. Flesh beast at the same time? Come on! Oh, that's not so bad. It's not a pit gate. Oh, it's more than one, though. Oh, that's quite a bit. They weren't kidding. It actually does get messed up. I'm going to try to gift the vertebrae. All right, let's try that again. I don't want anyone to die. I didn't realize it was going to be that bad. This is a problem with streaming with people you named after people you know. You don't want anyone to die because they'll be less invested. These are expensive and hard to get. I can't cheat them because I don't know what they're called in the dev console either. This will allow him to cloak like the Predator and sting like a bee. Okay, so now we know that the ass pounding begins as soon as I awaken this fucking piece of shit. Before we do that, we have to schedule all mechs to stay inside the safe boundaries. We gotta say goodbye to these, though. I invested so much fucking plasteel in these, and they're about to get ravaged. I want them online just for the principle of it. These were always indefensible before. So vampires are a boondoggle, turns out. Once you're in, you gotta be all in to get the most out of your investment. But at the same time, you lose the ability to fight fire with fire, as it were. I really just want to finish this cute little barn for my cows, my moo-moos. There's a Roomba hard at work. I got the mechs evenly divided between Hamdad and Stratogift because what I didn't realize is making both of my Mechanitors vampires means that I can't control half my robots If they're all under one Mechanitor, basically, and that guy death rests, then I can't control the robots. They just keep doing whatever they were doing, even if they were in a dormant self-charge, and then everyone's offline. I can't do anything about it. So I divided them between the two vampires, and one of them death rests at a time now. So at least there's some robots online no matter what. Oh, he's getting the invisibility. Is everybody inside the castle walls? It looks like it. Where are you going? Oh, I told you to do that, that's right. These are the skeletons. These are the bone zones, by the way. The hidden danger is no longer the bone zone. There are multiple bone zones where I've instructed my colonists to collect skelemans. For the reason that I discovered that I did have a necromancer in our midst all this time. His name was Shortalk. Shortalk, you were the necromancer. You had the ability to raise the dead this whole time, and I never used it. I did eventually use it against mechanoids to great effect, but I need more time to reaccumulate skelemans. Once I do this, there's no going back. It's a great way to cheaply overwhelm the enemy with disposable units, basically. But the problem is that it doesn't let you reuse the skeletons. If they get destroyed in battle, they get fully destroyed. I guess because it would be a god tier ability otherwise to just keep raising the dead over and over. Anytime there's a problem, you can just raise a skeleton army. That should have been Zulu. Zulu would have been so happy. But Zulu is being a stubborn boy. He is not cooperating. 56%. Alright, let's try another brain wipe. See if that works this time. See if you cooperate. I think mostly vampires. I gave... Here we go. I'm trying to color coordinate them, but they put on whatever they want to. Having this many building robots really rules, by the way. It's like watching things get built in Subnautica. Zulu, one of us. Gooble gobble, one of us, Gooble gobble, one of us, Gooble gobble, one of us, Gooble gobble, one of us. Why would you not want to be one of us? Why would you not want to be in a vampire colony of cyber vampires who already abducted you without your consent and cyberized you? I just realized this would look like Master Chief armor if you made it green. See, that's a problem. The bedpan turds. Those don't get processed. What's the solution to that? I want to harvest the poop from my captives, but I don't want to let them walk. If they can walk, then they can fight back and escape. Should I just take their arms and eyes, so they can still get up and use the toilet, but they can't meaningfully resist when I come to recapture them? Zulu, I beg of you, cooperate. Who recaptured him? This may cause mild brain damage, it turns out. You didn't put him in here, did you? Why did you put him in here with the blood farmer people? You don't put Zulu in the in this prison. This is not the prison for people we like. This is the prison for people we like. People who we want to show our best face to. They get to stay here and eat the good food. I think that's modded. I was wondering why there isn't such a thing. I was like, why can't I put them in crypto sleep and then drain them while they're there? Although there's some stuff on it on the research chart we haven't uncovered yet. .12% certainty in raidism. Wonderful, superb. So as soon as he comes out of this coma, we just gaslight him. He has a special ability too, Psychic Slaughter, which will come in handy when we have to fight flesh beasts. Specifically the larger flesh beasts, which he can cast a spell that causes them to explode. Not really worth it against an individual finger spike or a tough spike, but against like a bulb creature, a flesh bulb, would be invaluable. You cannot set what prisoner beds prisoners go to. You have to manually carry them there. I only wish that was the case. I also cheated in some Resurrector Mech serums just so I don't have to save scum constantly if somebody dies. I just bring them back. That's just for the sake of the stream. This is my last resort for Zulu. If this doesn't work, then he gets nerve stapled. I don't think we can nerve staple without making somebody a slave as of 1.5. Let me try it on Sandra. Sandra's a wild woman, so nothing I try will work on her unless I am able to tame her. Oh yeah, Zulu was our best animal tamer, wasn't he? Or was that Sam? We had somebody who could tame animals. We have nobody who can tame animals, so we just have to keep her here as a potato forever. Unless we nerve staple her. And then give her her spine back. Cross your fingers, I don't know what happens now. I know what used to happen in 1.3, I don't know what happens now. I think it might make her into a slave. Which I don't really want. I want her to be a full colonist. But if she's a slave, she's a slave. We just changed the color of her bed, basically. Nothing else changes. It also electrocutes them if they try to run away, or if there's a mental break. Hypothermia. Oh, is it that cold in here? It's that cold in here, isn't it? Let's just resurrect her. She's one of my favorite potatoes. Can't let you die that easy. Death is not the escape you think it is. There is no escape from vampire hell! Ha 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 ha! Thought you could get out of this by dying, did you? It is pretty cold in here. How's the nerve stapling going? Please, Sandra, please respond to treatment. I only want to help you. I guess she's on our side now. The whole is she a slave though? She is a slave. All right. Well, that's unfortunate, but I guess it's how it has to be. I guess just being nerve stapled makes you a slave and not a full member. I didn't want to do that, but I couldn't tame her. Now she has a chip in her brain that's basically a joy wire that rewards her for obedience but punishes her for having bad thoughts and trying to take actions we don't approve of. She'll fight it. She is going to be really unhappy and resist. Do I have a spine for her? I don't have a bionic spine. I've got a regular spine. It'll have to do. Did I get any more spines? Did I take all the spines from my people? Farm yet? I fucked up their spine. Fucked up their spine. A lot of these surgeries were just botched. Oh, Roof got her body parts back. I'm gonna take her arms away. I'm gonna experiment on her. I'm gonna see if that makes her easier to manage. Her eyeballs. That should make her easier to manage, but her poop will still be processed into fuel. Actually, she's an impet, isn't she? It's probably pretty dangerous in a vampire colony to let her walk around. I actually have to take her legs away. That's a shame. I really wanted to find out if I could have docile prisoners who can still poop into a toilet. So now we have all these generators just sitting there doing nothing. But you know what I also found out recently? You don't need a pollution pump to clean up pollution. You can just do this. And have them do it manually. Which I wish I had known sooner. They haven't even touched the pollution here yet, though. They don't like to do it, though, so they drag their feet. Think we're ready to activate the monolith this time? This time, no going back, alright? No going back this time. I kind of want Zulu on board first, though. Because he has the ability to one-shot any flesh beast boss. That'll be 9 days, though. We can't wait for that. Alright, I'm gonna activate the monolith. I'm gonna save once before. This means that we're going to be seeing new monsters we've never encountered yet. I didn't spoil it for myself, though, so I legitimately don't know what we're going to encounter. I know there are void monoliths. This time's for real. This time's for real. No going back, no matter what happens. Let me make sure they're all safe. They're in safe areas. Okay, good. This is it. This is it. Gotta get everybody ready. Except for Eddie Hoga, she's gonna stay behind and tend to people. So these things spawn metal horrors, actually. Are there any more inside here? I just went full nuclear with my power. I can't handle it. If a flesh beast were to tunnel up inside of my cooling area, for example. Alright, this guy has got to go here. He's got to not use his laser. Snowbunny, stop running. Stop running. They're all afraid of fire. Stop running away! You... I hate to say this, I may need to dismantle you. If you set fires. They're afraid of every little fire. Does he have the Revenant thing yet? He does. How do I use it? Oh, here it is. Invisibility. Camus, stop it! What if I nerve staple all the vampires? Will that prevent them from fleeing from fire? I do have human colonists for exactly that reason. Say hello to my little friends! Fight 1, Fight 2, and Fight 3, or as I call them, Huey, Dewey, and Louie. Also my ghoul, who is very slow but very powered up. A cyber ghoul. A necrobot, if you will. That's the value of the ghoul, is basically as a decoy. No, necrobot! You are too beautiful for this world. All vampires shoot your spikes. Vampires can shoot spikes for some reason. Alright, Hamdad. Let's actually start to give... Resurrect your fallen bros. We're gonna need them. One of you captured this fucker. I hate them enough that I want to capture and torture them. What's that sound? Oh, flesh beasts are attacking. I found that having 2 or 3 people with nerve spikers is very handy. It stuns them like that. Prevents them from running at you. Also capture this guy. Capture as many of these as we can. Surely this will not backfire on us. Surely this will not backfire. Or they're going to be afraid of the fire. Here's the shield, bro, finally. Let's have Weeb resurrect Cyber Ghoul. We need a special serum for that, don't we? I don't know if we put it anywhere. I think we did. Hang on. What I have to do is make this all area off limits to the stuff I want to be somewhere else. Nope. Maybe settings. That ghoul is like a pet to me now. I don't think I can use a regular one. Can I search the map? Oh, that's where it went to. Let's bring our pal back. Let's also make it so this shit doesn't get stored in the freezer anymore. It should only be stored one place in the colony. What are you upset about? Psychotic wandering. You just saw some fire, you baby! I guess capture this one too. I just like to torture them. They're not really useful for anything anymore. Uh-oh. At least these guys can't die. They're deathless, so they can only be downed. We're gonna have to do this in steps, I can see. We're not powerful enough to take on all the monoliths at once. Hurry up, Ham, or Strategif. I was gonna name the ghoul Bubs, or Bub, from Day of the Dead. Oh, it's a Noctowl, really? I haven't seen one of those in ages. Since fucking Zulu killed the one I had in captivity. Oh, you killed it, though. We're gonna resurrect our buddy. We're not gonna let our buddy just die on the battlefield. Cool thing about ghouls is that they basically repair themselves. They recover 100 HP in a day. It's called unnatural regeneration. They do, which doesn't really make sense. Like, is it an adaptation of the rib cage, or where does the spike come from? It's like the techno zombies from Wolfenstein 3D that had guns in their chests. I don't feel good activating this. Something's gonna come out of it. I need everybody on board for this. So we've got a bunch of these now. As it should be. These are the only ones that actually make sense to cultivate. Because each one of these suppressors costs 70 watts. That's 560 watts for just the suppressors. This costs another 100 watts. It's 660 watts. This costs nothing. If you count lights, which you really have to, it's 720 watts. And this guy only makes 800 watts. So you just barely, you more than break even. You make like a profit of 80 watts off of this guy per cell. Tynan needs to rebalance monster parasitism. It really just helps offset the energy costs of keeping monsters rather than being something that's sensible to do for its own sake. We're gonna have to come and reactivate this later on. Look at this lad, late to the party. You missed all the action, buddy. Sandra, you must stay within the safe zone. Additionally, you need to dress like you belong here. Oh, she's an addict. Cool. That's gonna be fun to deal with. This turns out to be just enough grazing land for about 8 cows. 8 to 10 if you a little more if you subsidize it, supplement it with kibble. Problem is blood rain. Blood rain also makes cows psychotic. So I'm slowly trying to figure out how to roof over this enclosure and put windows in the ceiling so blood rain doesn't make my cows go psychotic. You should not have Hall turned on. What are you good for? I forget. Melee. She can be a clobberer. Very well. She can't join us and have a role as a slave, apparently. I feel bad about that. I wish we could have just tamed her. Such is the price of turning your back on the Strogg. Wonder if I can de-slavify her and make her into a productive member of society again. We should get one of these. No, nerve spiker. You should also get a black helmet. We're trying to fucking coordinate here, people. Everybody has a shaved head. Everybody has black armor. No tattoos. Who's doing art? It's charming. He made a fucking Pikachu. I think that's what that is. Yeah, I don't feel good about Sander being the only slave. Ashes. He's having a mental break. Ravenously hungry. That's bullshit. Why do vampires have to eat? Am I wrong? Vampires should subsist on blood. They should not have to eat. I'm running this monkey farm now, Frankenstein. You can say that and have it be true. In this case. I have asked online if it's feasible to farm people in Rimworld. Tynan is a way of balancing things so that really super immoral actions are not worth it, so that it teaches you lessons by playing. It's really hard to break even. Humans just grow really slowly and consume a lot of resources for the meat that they make. Like you could, I actually Googled, not Googled, I searched the Steam workshop for human farm, and there's a mod where you can grow plants that become like plant matter people. So you can grow like plant people colonists, which awaken and become sentient when harvested. That's not what I was talking about. But yes, I think technically, if you were really determined to do it, even though it's inefficient and there's no good rationale in game to do it, you could make a human farm in this game. The real problem would be all the prison breaks. There would just be constant prison breaks. Unless you use the mod to prevent it. Then that's not really achieving it in the base game, is it? Roof has died. Hypothermia. No, I don't think so. This is just too cold. They already ate the pig person. Before I could stop them. Fair enough. I mean, if pig people were real, I'd probably try to eat them. These are the shelves to store the blood and the medicine. No, I fucked it up again. Third time's the charm. So my father bought himself an electric tricycle with a basket, which seems like a good buy, frankly, because if you want to buy a cargo bike which has two wheels and a giant wheelbarrow thing for cargo, it's as much as a car because of the non-standard frame shape and the small volume that they're manufactured in. I'm talking like $3,000 to $6,000, which does not make sense. Whereas the one he got was $700 because electric trikes there's a bigger market for them. It's the same thing. It's a bike that has a lot of cargo space. It's just a more common configuration, and they're often thought of or purchased as a more dignified alternative to mobility scooters for the elderly, which is what it is in this case. But it has a passive. This is the first time I've ridden a bike with passive drive. where you have to pedal to engage the motor. The problem is the motor doesn't have any sense of how hard you're pedaling, so it just engages full blast as soon as you cross the threshold, which makes the bike borderline uncontrollable at anything but lower assistance levels. I think that there are bikes that aren't like that. They're more expensive. They have sensors that tell it how hard you're pedaling and to adjust the assist to match you. This one doesn't do that. It's a worthless feature, in my opinion. He likes it. He thinks it's neat. He just wants a little bit of help because he's old, but he still wants to pedal because he wants to get exercise. So it's the perfect thing for him. It's amazing how much managing elderly parents is like managing children, though. I'm thinking I need to make sure he has a helmet. I need to make sure he has a rear view mirror on the helmet. I need to make sure he has like a flag and blinkers. It's a pretty good value, though, that bike, for what it costs. Only $700 for an electric trike. Then again, it's only 250 watts. That's like the bare minimum to move a human. 250 watts is nothing. It's also what's legal in much of the world outside the U.S. The limit in my state is one of the highest in the U.S., so at 1,000 watts. But it's really been what you need to haul ass. Even 500 watts is underwhelming. Like, 250 watts won't get you up a hill. You're in danger of sliding back down the hill and hurting yourself. Especially at his weight. Hope this is the beginning of a positive fitness journey for him. Probably what I should have done so I didn't let my legs go and get so weak from never pedaling. Basically treating my bike like a motorcycle. Chicken World. Always hard. The dark harvest has begun. We have a strict style guide. We're all gothic as fuck. We're so goth we shit bats. They actually should shit bats. There should be bats in Rimworld, and they should come out of the toilet after you use it as a vampire. Well, these are bullshit vampires. They're sci-fi vampires, so they're not really undead. Exactly. They're Undeath has contradictory rules in Rimworld, based on the Resurrection Mech Serum, vampires, and ghouls. They're like different kinds of undeath with different conditions applied. I still don't have enough neutroamine to build this fucking bomber, which is unfortunate because I'm impatient to start bombing. Yeah, 750 is nothing to sneeze at, Short Talk. That's actually a decent amount of power for an e-bike. I'd say 700 watts is where things start to get interesting, and because you can go up hills and shit just on throttle. 250 watts is like just enough to assist you lightly. Well, they really fucking spammed the flesh beasts, didn't they? And the noctoles, it would seem. I might be able to capture myself one to torture again. That sounds evil, but these things are dickheads, and they deserve what they get. BRB. So I went to buy some snacks for the stream. Do you know what I found? I was just looking at some chips. It's like Doritos' own version of that Mexican chip that's absolutely foul. It's like a rolled up. It's like a chip. It's like a corn chip blunt, basically. You could smoke it or like use it as a straw. Six fucking dollars and 40 cents. $6.40. It was not even a full like a family sized bag. It was a small. It was a medium sized bag. To their credit, it felt like there wasn't very much air inside. It felt like it was mostly chip, but still $6 and 40. That's like dinner. That's like more than dinner. I try to spend no more than $5 a meal. That's when I'm eating out. $6.40 for fucking a medium-sized thing of Doritos. Jesus, inflation is hitting hard. How does this keep happening? Are they just seeing what we're willing to pay? Like if they can just frog in a pan us up to spending all of our money, and so they have all the money and we have none of it? Some waste didn't get hauled in time. Do I have to schedule them to do waste cleanup? I do. But the Roombas should do that, shouldn't they? Let's have Sandra do it. She's a slave. To recharge all the robots. You have to have so much infrastructure for robots. A lot of it doesn't make sense, like the size of the chargers being this enormous. Titan tends to balance everything, whether or not it makes sense, just so that nothing's too OP. That makes it feel more legit, oddly. Even after I cheated in a mountain of fuel and steel and resurrection mix serums, I still want to feel like some of this is an accomplishment I'm managing. You know, at this time, if somebody goes full Entity Slayer, I'm just going to let them. These things deserve to die scared. Okay, everybody. It's time to go fuck up some monsters. With what robots we have ready to go, so at this current juncture. We're all healed up. Udi if you stay behind. You manage the base. I'm the only one with a minigun. I like that. Sandra, you stay behind too. You don't need to. Actually, you grab a weapon. Giving a slave a weapon doesn't seem wise, but we're gonna do it. She's got a missing toe. Death rest exhaustion. She should actually probably death rest. Cannot death rest slave. Oh, that's gonna be a problem. I've condemned her to a fate worse than death. We're gonna need to make her not a slave. Alright, this is just the robots we have ready to go. That's gonna have to do. We should be pretty fast. Those of us who are pumped full of other people's blood, anyway. As expected, the Vamps are pretty fast. Necrobot's the slowest one, but he's dead. What can you expect? What, Naysayer, why are you so slow? Oh, it's because you need a death rest. Alright, fair enough. This one's for Sandra, but it's reserved somehow already. How are you for death rest? You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. Naysayer's got a death rest. Fair enough. So now that Strider Giff has the Revenant Spine, technically what we could do is send him in with all the mechs under his command, make him invisible, so that nobody attacks him and everybody only attacks the robots. That's right, you fucking beast. You creature of the night. We got a Gore Hulk and 2 Noctols. Another robot ran out of power. Fuck. Oh, they can do the same thing we can. They can shoot spines. Alright, let's activate this son of a bitch. Who are you shooting at? These fucking things. I think I hate them most of all. Just because they attack you when you're weakest. During that long dark night, these Noctols. Let's cut them up and eat them. Glyph activated. Or whatever the fuck that is. I don't know that it's my problem exactly. I just know drink blood and shoot. Oh fuck it. It's summoned a lot of zombies. I should have known that would happen. Let's get behind cover. Here come the zombies. Plasma guns. Make quick work of those little shits. Enough plasma guns is just overwhelming power. When I had like 20 Terminators with plasma miniguns, I could fucking kill the gods of this realm. If Android Tiers still worked with this mod, they'd make quick work of like when raiders would break into my base and they would find that although my colonists looked human, they were robots under flesh covering. I wasn't trapped in there with them; they were trapped in there with me. A Terminator is a weapon itself. It's like a bipedal blender. It just shreds everything. Oh yeah, you want to fight? You want to fight the poor defenseless ghoul, do you? Fight the ghoul then. Fight the ghoul. No, oh. I wanted him to do 1 versus 1. Oh well. They're busting down my doors. I can't let them do that. This guy's so slow. I gave him such good legs, too. Does he need Architect legs? Can you imagine an all-Architect ghoul? Y'all should read my novella Necrobot, by the way. It's quite relevant. It's quite topical to what I'm doing with this colony. Don't you break my floodlights. Don't you break my floodlights. Those are 50 steel each. Funny how this game makes you think in terms of resource costs and not money. For your self-tending. Why? You can't die. I need your minigun. Get it back up here. You're done when I tell you you're done. Repair your robot. I felt really pleased with myself after, for the first time since I started playing this game years ago, I was able to 1v1 mechanoids and not take any losses. Mostly just because, number one, we're vampires, and number two, we had full cybernetics. I was disappointed when I discovered cybernetics don't really make you that much stronger. It's like 12% improvement per limb, unless it's Architect. But they do make you not bleed, which is the real hidden superpower they have. Because mostly what kills you in combat in Rimworld is bleeding out. And cybernetic limbs don't bleed, and they're the only thing not covered by your armor. I wonder if the future military will require those who enlist to get their limbs replaced for that reason. Noctols are a pushover, man, when you have plasma. These are just regular plasma rifles, too. They're not even the super... Oh, Necrobot. You gotta... Now you can finally 1v1 him. Necrobot versus Noctol. You like our cyber corps? You like our science project? Come on, you can do it. We believe in you. Yeah, he fucked him up! He fucked him up. That's our boy. He was already injured, too. It's pretty low in health, though. Witness the power of a fully upgraded ghoul. Well, nobody's feeding the cows. I guess it's time to eat them. We'll wait for... You fucking dickhead. Monkey strong together. Or ape, I guess. Fuck, I fucked it up. We have metal horrors. Metal horrors are actually a threat. You need to fight this guy. You need to fight this guy. Because sometimes they just fucking explode. Yeah, Scythers! Go Scythers! You can farm Bioferrite much more easily by using the spell to summon Flesh Beast raids, by the way. There's a reason everything is in this game. Tynan thinks of everything. Are there any more of these anywhere on the map? Short talk, you know what? If you want to kill an entity, go ahead and do it. I don't care anymore. Why are you having a mental break, though? Starving, fair enough. Dimming sky. Oh, cool. So this time it's going to be the dangerous darkness. Oh, fuck. And an entity attack. Cool. That's fair. You know what would really fuck me up is like 10 revenants at once, or even 2. Like more than 1 revenant at once would absolutely devastate me. Powerful as I've gotten, their ability to instantly down you with hypnosis means if there's enough of them and you can't catch them quickly... Oh, it's a devourer. Try to spare it. Try to keep it alive. Shit. Well, there goes that. I put this here because very often mechanoid raids spawn here. So if they go through here, this is a choke point. I can just gather my guys around here and shoot inward. Speaking of which, I should probably just do that now. After getting their attention. Oh, he's shooting at me. Oh, you think you're cute, do you? Is there another monolith this way? I would expect there to be 3, and I don't see 3. I see 2 of them. Was that a glitch? Is there supposed to be a 3rd one? I also didn't notice until this playthrough how much armor helps you. Even plate armor. Plate armor blocks a lot of projectiles. Not as good as flak armor, which is specialized for bullets. But you can hear it. It makes a plinking noise. Once we've exterminated everything on the map. They're so fast. They're so fast when they're on the attack. God damn it. You're gonna have to stand in pollution for a little bit. Alright, everybody go rest up. So it also turns out... Oh, no, there's more monsters. Riv keeps dying. I'm just gonna let her die. Oh, fuck, one of them got weeb. Weave is saved. Devourers are so scary. They're one of the most legit scary game monsters. Just because they can insta you. And they play upon the fear of just being swallowed whole, like Attack on Titan. Give us our friend back. There we go. I need you not to collapse with it from exhaustion. The natural darkness is also coming soon. You know what? We probably should just give up for now. Go back to the base, let darkness fall. There's going to be plenty of monsters outside the walls when that happens anyway, no matter what we do. They just keep coming. I think it's just a permanent ambient danger. We need to recuperate. We also need to illuminate our death rest areas. Which I never thought I'd have to do because they're fucking vampires. Vampires should be fine in the dark. Working class man standing up at City Hall meme. Did I just fucking pull Darmok and Gelada Tanagra? I might have. Everybody understood what I meant though. I'll die on that hill. There's some little things that need to be rebalanced. Like the fact they made the Revenant no longer weak to fire is bullshit. It's a step down. At least I'm ready for the darkness now, the nuclear reactor. Problem before was always brownouts. It's probably a lesson in this summer. I really like the fact that conservatives have picked up on nuclear power because they figure liberals don't like it. And the only solutions that they're willing to consider are ones liberals don't like. Because they specifically need the left to be wrong about things. And to be the problem rather than the solution, which they are in this case. But those very same people, I asked them what they think about Quay's Energy's geothermal, which works anywhere, and they have nothing to say. They specifically want nuclear just because of the downsides that leftists are so scared of. They say conservatives are defined by fear, but leftists are too, just in a different way. They're fearful of the big, scary, dangerous issues like nuclear waste and whatnot. And violence. Which, I mean, fair enough. To an extent. But you know what? I don't care. Nuclear is not the worst option by a long shot. It's much better than what we've been doing. So if that gets them on the clean energy train, then I say so be it. Let them have their... Let them own the libs. If that's what it takes. And they're not wrong, really. I mean, the left was completely wrong on nuclear for decades. It just goes to show how much of politics is figuring out how to construct a narrative that pleases people. They cast their hated enemy tribe as the problem causer. And how amenable they are to any solution as long as it vindicates that narrative. Right, that should illuminate everything. Probably not in time, though. Sky's dimming. What are you doing? Why is he just hanging out there? Oh, I had to pause. You know what I'd like to do as another run is be wasters and pollute on purpose. They're both slaying entities. Probably got wind of the long darkness coming, and they figured there'll be brownouts, which will compromise monster containment. So they're like, we better kill all the monsters before that happens. I guess there were only 2 monoliths. That doesn't seem right. Am I wrong? It seems like there should have been more. Can I unprison her? What if I emancipate her? We'll leave on foot next to the map. I don't know. She stays nerve stapled though, right? I don't need to intimidate her. She's got a brain chip. That's what Neuralink is actually for. If you get enough of us with Neuralinks, then when we try to seize the means of production, they just switch us off. That's a tidy answer to that problem. And everyone says they don't want a Neuralink, but you just know bitches who have the latest iPhone are going to have the iPhone brain implant every year, no matter what it costs. Maybe that's actually a utopia, not a dystopia, because you'll be able to just switch off Karens. That's all of us. There's a chapter about this in Mana, where they speculate the only way to have a utopia is to have a Neuralink type interface that prevents you from committing violence, for example. A benevolent dictatorship, basically. And they don't really make any apologism for it. Or try to pretend that's not what it is. That's fucking totally what it is. Yam, why don't you run out there, or out of steel? That's right. We ran out of steel from building all this vampire shit. It used up everything. Vampires are so expensive if you want them to be Super Saiyan. Having 775 hemogen, which is a fancy name for blood, like hemolymph, which is from a different game. This makes me think we need a vampire Bioshock. Am I wrong? What do you guys think? In an underground vampire city. Where all your powers consume blood. Should probably send more people to clean. It's getting polluted. It's gonna make so many fucking mechs here. So Ruve is dead. What wouldn't hurt? Tongue dilation. I forgot. Kind of managed to fuck up wall lights by making them not inside the wall like the old ones. There's a bunch of issues caused by them being outside of the wall. Namely that they attract monsters and monsters preferentially destroy them. Which I guess he probably intended. He always makes a downside to everything. We don't have enough steel for this. You know what? Now's probably the time to sacrifice all these generators to get the steel we need to light things up. In fact, that was probably hours ago. Was the right time to do that. Fuck. Couldn't be me still getting caught by surprise by something I've experienced a billion times. Anyway, wasters. Becoming fully immune to toxic waste by genetic engineering and detoxifier implants. And then just polluting the fuck out of your whole map so that anytime anyone tries to raid you, they die of toxic contamination. Except for the monsters, I think, which would defeat a lot of the purpose. You can functionally become a waster anyway, but without being genetically a waster. Just by having the implants. Watch her lift this above her head and carry it to the charger. That makes sense. Make that make sense. Make that make sense to me. So yeah, we're breaking these down. We're gonna reuse the steel elsewhere. Hopefully to build lights. There we go. That's what I wanted you to do. Thank you for being smart and not stupid for the first time in your fucking life. I also need these here. Do you know how much recumbents are? Fancy bicycle shit, if it's not like a standard form factor variation, is thousands of dollars. It's bananas. Anything that's not like a tricycle or a bicycle, recumbents are thousands of dollars. Even the cheap ones at Walmart are $3,000, and that's for non-motorized. That's just a tricycle with a different shape. You pay $2,300 for cool factor. That's not even really cool. It's still an old person bike. There's like 2 or 3 solutions in every industry that are cheap due to economies of scale, and everything else, any variation, is just buku bucks. Like velomobiles are so cool in concept, but they're so impractical in reality, and they're so expensive. It's like the most expensive way to have an electric car and have it be terrible. When you could have just bought a Leaf. Same amount of money, still better than a Velo. I still want one, even having said that. That's how dumb I am. I'm helplessly attracted to impractical pipe dreams. Like, in my heart of hearts, I live in a utopian community where everybody lives in geodesic domes and everybody drives velomobiles or some similar solution. Powered off of solar. Not wind. Even though I'm not that dumb. Micro wind fucking sucks. Have you ever read about people's experiences with micro wind turbines? They promise you the moon. They promise you so much wattage, and they barely get 50 watts out of one that said 600 on the box. That's at full tilt. That is egregious false advertising. I mean, 50 watts is nothing to sneeze at. It'll charge your phone. It'll almost charge a laptop. Cows miscarried. Sorry, but you're all gonna die tonight. I don't have the resources to take care of you. I'll miss you, cows. We have more important things to attend to right now. They better not fucking touch my chickens. I worked hard on Chicken World. This is a chicken paradise. It's like a mouse universe for chicks. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I got interested in Paul Elkin's DIY, because he makes his own contraptions. I've always been interested in just experimenting in different contraptions, like I did when I lived in Florida. There are certain times and places in your life where you're ideally suited to do that, like when you don't fucking have a car, but you have a lot of e-bike parts because you run a under-the-table e-bike import business. Is Eternal Darkness ever gonna fucking fall? You got me edging, bro. Can we break this apart for bioferrite? It's got the Shadow the Hedgehog colors. Did we miss one? No, those are the only two ones I see on the map. A bunch of rotting corpses. I like how everything magic in Rimworld is explained by nanotechnology. It's just a hand-wavium solution. There's even literal Jedis or wizards called Psycasters. Our fucking cocoa tree plantation is really going to suffer from all this hell activity. It's a weird sentence. I really wanted to rake in the buku bucks. I've been using it a lot lately. Selling chocolate. We're chocolatiers. Who says that ruthless cyber vampire communes can't also sell chocolate? We have a sweet tooth. We have sweet fangs. Technically, with this nuclear power, we could hunker down inside the shelter throughout the entire unnatural night, if we have to. Keep breaking down those jennies. We don't need them. I've decided we're definitely going to build a fuck-off giant battery. We also don't need these fuel shelves anymore for obvious reasons. Nor do we need to air condition the generator housing because it gets so fucking hot. If it's just going to house some batteries. It might be fun to try to make it through an unnatural night just on battery power. Yeah. I think it goes back to the Sinclair C5, which is another one of those impractical fake bicycle things. It's basically just intended to be a cheap recumbent, but every corner was cut. The thing had breakdowns constantly because of the cheap parts used. They weren't really fit for purpose. It was rumored to use a dishwasher motor, which is not true, but it may as well have been. It's a very weak motor. Very low watts. Very low range of about 12 miles on a brand new battery. Remember, batteries were more expensive then, and this was a lead battery. I don't know if you've ever heard of the Sinclair C5. But I always loved the idea. You could see the whimsy behind it. Having something that's basically like a toy, like a Power Wheels, but you can ride one respectably as a grown-up and have a little bit more fun and whimsy in your life again. Right? Who says we can't do that? physics and traffic laws, as it turns out. Or are you having a bath? I'm not going to be a creepy weirdo if I can help it. Looks like we slaughtered all the cows. Darkness soon. I know. Oh, believe me, I know. You need to move this. Well, I'm going to make you do it. Also, I'm a little upset at Tynan for not committing to his own rules. Like having single-purpose robots, but they can also do a little bit of hauling. If you're going to commit to single-purpose robots and make it so haulers, only haulers can haul. Makers can construct, but haulers have to haul the ingredients to the blueprint. He didn't fully commit to it, though. Hang on, I gotta make everybody stay in the light. Schedule. Cammy, you stay out of there. Stay out of there. Robot. Oh. Zone. Even ghouls get attacked? Why would that be true? That's the best we can do, I think. We're gonna have a hard time disposing of toxic waste. We might just need to eat a little bit of toxicity. Just let that be that way. That's good. This is good. It gets in there a little bit. Caveman fucking what? Excuse me? Everybody has to be scheduled to light, mix. Can go anywhere that's safe. Caveman what? Pretty hook if you shouldn't have been in darkness. Why were you in darkness? Void structures. Oh, there's more of them. This is a different unnatural darkness. This is not the one I'm used to. But they're both... Oh, there's 3 of them now. 4 of them. Shit. God damn it. Is that 5? There's a lot of them this time. I don't think the night's going to go away either. Oh, I have. I don't know what that's about. So nobody, why are you in there? That's not a light. That's not an illuminated area. Let me try out invisibility. Cool, he's invisible now. Hold off on firing. Let's let your robots get close. Since I only have one robot ready, that actually isn't as useful as I thought it would be. Oh, there's invisible monsters. Oh, shit. There might be a Revenant nearby. They might be hitting us with a bunch of different shit at once. I need to send someone back to guard the patients. They're killing all my goddamn robots. BRB. I'm back. I really probably should have brought all my robots inside. Before this happened. Now I've lost several of them. It's not safe out here anymore for tender little bots. Shit's getting real now. These things are amazing for decoys. The same thing that makes War Queens a bitch to fight, from my side of things, also makes them very useful. Because the enemies attack these things and get shot at. Weeb. Should be out front and center. You know, everybody fucking shoot at that guy. Right now we can endure the onslaught once we enable these, whatever they are. I feel bad for not helping the little guy. You can't repair them. There's meant to be disposable. This guy's out of battery. It'd be really fun as a nuclear powered darkness run where it's dark all the time. Pardon me. Boy, it's awful being biological. Cool. What are those sounds coming from outside my walls? What are those sounds? That's me hiccuping. Let's repair some of the robots that got downed. We're gonna need them later. No one ever believes me that this is voluntary when it happens in public. I guess because they've never heard a human being make this sound before. Oh, invisible creatures. Sorry, it's a fit. It'll stop eventually. Sexy, huh? What causes it is a rare deformity of the trachea. Oh, you know what I could do is a blood rain ritual. A blood rain ritual. That would cause everyone out there to fight each other, not me. I've googled what this is. I forget what it. There was something about it. I forget what it was. But what causes it? Apparently, people have experienced it before. Involuntary inhalation. It's like an inward burp. It'll stop eventually, don't worry. Everyone is like, go to the doctor. I have. I've been to the doctor. I think the quickest path to this glyph or monolith is Through here. Through here, because there's light. Down here, because there's light. Then down here. It's like involuntary diaphragmatic diaphragm something or other. Moving like the wrong way. Or let's try Blood Rain before they get inside. Everybody stays inside. It's quite debilitating when it happens. I have to pull over if I'm driving. It's related to allergies or dehydration or something. Thing. They're destroying my beautiful plasteel enclosures for my generators. God forbid a Christian should hear me doing this, because they're not above making fun of disabilities. Trust me when I say that. If you saw Donald Trump mimicking that man with cerebral palsy, people who are just nasty and mean to their core and emotionally wedded to a position they cannot defend rationally will absolutely resort to anything, including like if you're autistic and you let that slip, they'll be like, oh, that's why you don't believe in God, because your brain is broken. Or if there's anything funny about this, you physically, if you're fat or make a funny noise like this involuntarily, they will absolutely use that against you. The left is a little bit better about that because it's a core of their ethos not to make fun of marginalized groups. But they have a latent inner homophobia that comes out if they think it'll offend you. They start saying homophobic slurs at the drop of a hat, rationalizing they don't really mean them, but they think that conservatives will be offended by them. I sure wish I knew how to solve my problems. It's like something a South Park character would do. Come on, fucking hurry up. Fucking hurry up. Hurry up. We need the blood rain now. So nobody, where are you? There you are. Alright, it's getting done. We need the shards to improve the ceremonial quality. And now we're going to try Blood Rain. Seems to be over for now. Obviously I can't date like this, which is why I haven't tried to. It's also a relatively recent onset thing. My body goes through phases where different things are wrong with it. I went through 6 years of dry hacking coughs, which one of my girlfriends at the time thought was COPD. I'm like, it's not COPD. It's also not, like, her father had COPD due to inhaling coal. It's like black lung is, or something like that. It wasn't coal. It was like exhaust fumes on his job site or something. Like, just because that's what you have experience with doesn't mean that's what it is every time somebody coughs. But although she was just being caring. But she was sure it was COPD. It was not COPD. It eventually stopped by itself. I don't know why, but then it gave way to the postnasal drip, and then the postnasal drip was later accompanied by this whatever it is. So my body goes through phases of different things being wrong with it. Let's see if Blood Rain works. Can they attack lights if they get in here? That is scary shit when this... I can't fucking see what's out here, but this detector goes off telling me there's shit on the other side of the wall. That it's invisible. Like that. There you are. They're not inside yet, but they will be. Oh, this one went off too. That always either means a Sight Stealer or a Revenant. They destroyed my bone zones. Where's everybody? Somebody's late for the ritual. Why are you going through the dark area? That's what was holding her up. We don't have unlimited time here. They're beating down the walls. I'm glad we lit up this chamber in time, though. Where are you? Here we go. Here we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Please, based Rimworld Jesus. Interesting. Seems like heated clothing could have benefited you. Short talk. There we go. Bring on the blood rain. Bring on the blood rain. Bring on the blood rain. Bring it on. Is it happening? Is it affecting them? It didn't seem to be. Is there anything I can do to make it affect them? What can I do? Draw shamblers. Will the flesh beasts fight them? Including your enemies. Including your enemies. That's very interesting. Flesh Beast does not work. I mean, Blood Rain is not working on the monsters. That's going to work on the cows, though. Toxic buildup. I sure am glad I repaired the walls before this. Let's do all the rituals we can. Was it worth it, though? Yeah, I was accepted for a job in FedEx once, and I only had to be on the job one day in December to say I'm not doing this. Where is everybody? My ham dad is getting the shard. Oh, you need a body part for flesh beast rituals. I see. That's pretty metal. You have to sacrifice a human body part. Hello. Hello. Are they attacking each other yet? There's nothing. There's nothing to them. They're gonna get in. They're gonna get in. They fucking demolished my generator casings. Oh, I'm really putting my kill box. Oh, look at the kill box. Look at all the bodies. It's really doing what I finally doing what I designed it for. This is the first time I've ever really had to rely on my kill box. I'm destroying my AC. Look at that big pile of bodies. That's my solar hot water heater, you bitch. God, don't destroy. That's expensive. Don't destroy that. Okay, so what did we learn? We learned Blood Rain does not work on monsters. I guess that would make life too easy. Draw flesh beasts complete. That should keep him busy for a while. Do another ritual. Gotta use all our magics. They're basically wrecking everything on the outside of the base. That's our poop chute. Don't wreck that. We need to poop. I see why this is the final boss. Void structure. What is this thing? There's still one. There's still two. Three. There's still 4 monsters we haven't seen. This is a real challenge. I think I'll survive it. You know what I better do? Is I better convert as much of our food as possible into packaged survival meals, because we're about to lose our refrigeration. That's going to kill all of our meat. We may then starve. Yeah, we're already losing refrigeration. Probably should have done that. If I'd known from the start, I would have done that. I'm not. I said it was for real this time, though, so I'm not going to go back on it. Anyone having mental breaks? How's Zulu doing? 4 days left. Just don't send a Revenant. Not right now. We're about to lose refrigeration. We really should make packaged meals as quickly as possible. We have a surplus here. We won't last long on just that, though. It's prisoner food. Hey, that's our patio furniture. Was that necessary? If they overcome the, they overcame it. We're gonna overcome the guns. Shit. I forgot that you can ruin the guns on a barrel. The barrels on a gun, I mean. I'm starting to think I also might be dyslexic and undiagnosed. Because I do that a lot. Fucking... No, I don't see it. Is it here? I don't see it here either. Is it here? I don't see where to make gun barrels. Alright, can I please... No, fucking cooperate. We have to rearm it. It's not gonna last forever. We need to get on this. You can't go out there. No, you can't go out there. Not if that's what it takes. No, I guess we just have to rely on it. They really want to go outside of the safe zone. You know, we should probably send people out there now. We need to be able to rearm the barrels. Everything's slowing down to the halt. Crawl, I mean. Temperature's climbing. AC is destroyed. It's still blood raining out there, though. Are you in a blood rain? Monsters are unaffected. That's not fair. Why are monsters not affected by blood rain? Let's go. Just dip out real quick, just to shoot the ones attacking our stuff. Should better not. Do you have any robots ready to go? They're all out of juice. Of course they would be. We're about to lose all of our AC. Oh, this is really slow. Blood Rage. We gotta get them back inside. Getting them back inside, they're gonna get Blood Rage. We can't rearm the cannons, though, is the problem. So our kill box is out of commission. What we need to do is we need to dismantle these fucking generators faster. So we have metal to rearm the cannons with. We still have some refrigeration. All is not lost quite yet. We won't starve to death, I don't think. We can always just consume the bodies, also, from the kill box. I wonder if I can use the animal flat to refrigerate the kill box, so the meat doesn't spoil quickly. Are ghouls susceptible to blood rain? You get those bots on the charger, we're gonna need them. He's fucked. Can't get him. No revenants, not now. Ghoul versus Sight Stealer, round 1. Does the ghoul suffer from blood rage? It doesn't seem to. Well, the blood rain was a huge bust. Not the kind of huge bust I like either. Come on, you can take him. You can take him. Come on, you can do it. I believe in you. Speed up, please. We might lose Necrobot. An honorable death in battle. You know what? Not yet. Not today. We might take some time off to imbue ourselves with death resurrection, death refusal. I don't know if we can spare people for it. It might be a handy ability to have fairly soon. Well, they fucked up our kill box. I better cancel that ritual for now. We got more important fish to fry. We do have what we need now. Suddenly we have steel. Funny thing about that, after destroying all these generators. We ought to. Don't want to hurry up. Need steel. Let me save this and reload. It usually clears up some memory. Well, we wasted a lot of time and energy on Blood Rain that did nothing. But that was a mistake. I shouldn't have done that. I had to find out. It works on humans. Blood Rain's over. Alright, well, it's time for everybody to fucking get out there and fight. We need someone to repair these coolers. Who's it going to be? Not a sign of constructing. I could have sworn you were. There we go. We need at least one AC working, otherwise all our meat is going to spoil. Probably we need more than that. So we survived the big onrush of enemies. But we almost lost because our kill box got worn out from shooting so much. Look at all these fucking corpses. If they had just sent a few more, we would have not been able to stop them. Our guns would have been overwhelmed and they would be inside our base now wreaking havoc. There's still a couple stragglers here and there. Still gotta kill everything within the perimeter. Sandra, you stay behind and defend the base. You're slow. Why is she slow? Oh, death rest exhaustion. Because she can't death rest. Once all of the robots are charged, which I hope they are. If they're not already. We might not make it this... We might not make it. You know, I'm not going to try without the robots. I'm going to let them rebuild everything. Did I save our food? Not quite. It's refrigerated but not frozen. That's just cold enough to refrigerate but not freeze. We gotta save our food. We're not gonna survive the siege if we run out of food. There's still baddies out there too. Those are just the ones that rushed our front gates. Look at all that carnage. Holy fuck. Blood Rain really fucked us because we couldn't go out to defend our expensive shit. You know what happens if I turn this on high? Can I really heat the atmosphere that much that it kills everything? Maybe that's the solution here. Global warming could be the savior. That's only if monsters suffer heat stroke, though. How have I never tried that before? Well, nuclear power kind of trivializes this whole threat because we're not having brownouts. What's my plan? We're gonna need him, aren't we? We're gonna need all our robots to make it through the darkness. This gives us time to breathe, however, and also time to deconstruct our generators. What now? I guess it's not a good plan, but it's a plan. Charge up all the big heavy hitter robots. Then fucking make a Leroy Jenkins run for the border. How do I must be carried a recharger. No available recharger. Really? Really? Well, fuck. That was great, though. That's the first time my defenses have really been stressed. I would like to replenish the guns in my kill box before I do anything that may provoke more monsters to onrush my base, though. How would I have handled this without the kill box? There's a lot of stuff in Rimworld that you can't really legitimately counter. Kill box is not a cheat, but a necessary tactic. Or we just have to chill for a while. BRB. Let me check something. I want to see something. If you happen to be the luckiest person ever to live, and you got a bunch of geothermal suitable geysers inside your base, how many of these could you... I'd have to use larger room sizes for that. If I use the 13 by 13 room, I could fit 4 geotherms in a single room. I guess nuclear is plenty, though. So my plan B is to cook them. By making the entire outdoors lethal. I don't know if that'll work because it'll kill me too. What are these? Are these metal horrors? There are metal horrors. I don't want to fight those. Not in the darkness. Are my cows still doing alright? Are you grazing? I think only 2 cows survived. Why they didn't just eat naturally occurring grass is beyond me. We should probably fucking put that off limits because that's dark. Or, crazy idea, turn all the lights on in there. I can't. Okay, I guess just make it off limits. For the time being. And we'll go around it. What's your problem? You have plenty of energy. Don't you lie to me. If we're forced to endure this long term, we could always... We don't need all of our blood piggies. We've only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 vampires, so that's like 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. We do need all of them. I take it back. That's just for sustenance too, not even for replenishing hemogen used in battle. So, I was gonna say we could sacrifice some of their brains to make more high subcores to make higher end mechanoids, but actually I don't think that's true. Fuck, we're actually in worse shape than I thought. Okay, the kill box is fixed. Thank goodness. Meow. Hi, soft baby. Who's my best soft baby? Come over here. Meow into the microphone. You won't do it for me, will you? You just want hugs. I love when she stands in my lap sideways and leans up against me and just looks up at me. It melts my heart. Something tells me this is a priority, fixing the kill box. I don't think we've seen the last of giant monster raids before this is over. Cat, you're right in front of me. I guess one of these by itself is not enough. So we're going to turn it down until we have 2. It was a good idea. It was a good thought. I also think What we're likely to discover is that monsters aren't killed by heat either. So that probably would have been a waste of time and resources. What are these at? They're pretty close to full. I think I could probably make a go of it. I don't know how useful the Centurion would be. What I really need are the Scythers. Where are the Scythers? I got only 2 of them. Where the fuck did the other ones go? Oh, there's one. Alright, you're allowed outside now. What do you mean, no available recharger? There are plenty of available rechargers. Why are you doing this? No available recharger. Bullshit. Let's make a go of it. It's time to fucking make... Actually, you know what? Strategif might be able to do it with his invisibility. Let's try with Strategif alone first. And it seems this works. No, it doesn't, actually. It's like 5 seconds. We're gonna need everybody else along for the ride. Actually, we might not. How long does it take his ability to recharge? Oh, 24 hours. Well, never mind about that, I guess. Cat, stop it. Stop your shit, Cat. Here we go. Sander, you're being left behind too because you're slow. Here's my robots, finally. I want to leave him behind. Actually, I might want to get rid of him. Because he sets things on fire. Sorry. Tesserons are not that good, it turns out. We're gonna make a run for it, and just whoever lives lives, and whoever dies dies, I guess, until we can recover the body and resurrect them, if we can. Are there any googlies left in the dark? Yep. We're just inching along. It's right there. No, that's not it even. What? It's there. Fuck. That's actually further than I thought it would be. Oh, we lost our Necrobot, didn't we? Fuck. Oh well. It fought valiantly for the cause of defending the people who created it. Robots to the rescue. Run, run, run. Fucking die! I hate you things. You fucking... You are horrors. Release your babies. I'm done. You're up. It should be the last one, I think. I hope. All the others appear to be activated. It's do or die. It's all or nothing now. Imagine if we had to do this without the kill box. If we had to just tank every monster that was out there in the darkness. Oh, it says get ready. That's not good. Get the fuck back inside the base. Oh, here they come. Robots are bringing up the rear. They're gonna get fucked up in the darkness. Is Cammy, you injured? Don't stop. Don't stop moving to tend yourself. You'll have time to do that at the base. I knew I was right to fix the kill box. Look at that. Look at that. Prophecy come true. No sooner had I made it in the front door than they came running for me. Yam, just don't worry about it. Get inside. Yam, there's more creatures coming. Yam, you're gonna make it. Yam, you're gonna make it. Notice the injuries are not making her bleed out because she has cybernetics. That's the cyborg advantage. For now. Stay out of there. Everybody made it. Everybody made it. Everybody's alive. Everybody's really fucked up and injured, but they're alive. Actually, what if I leave you out here and just keep making war urchins? What if I just keep endlessly making war urchins? Will that work? That can't work. That's stupid. They wouldn't let me do that, would they? If I just keep making war urchins, will they just endlessly keep hunting down whatever's out here? Is there a limited range? We're just gonna keep spamming war urchins. They seem to be doing what I thought that this is dumb. Why is this working? Why are they letting me do this? This is the strat I was looking for. Blood Rain didn't work. Summon flesh beasts. Oh, twisting intensifies. Oh, something's about to happen. What's happening? What the fuck is that? The monolith has fully awakened. A swirling dark vortex sits atop its peak, forming a conduit to the void. Go to the monolith and use it to pass through to the other side. Doing so will end the unnatural darkness and end the horror assault. Does that kill one of my guys, though? Ending. Just in case it kills your guy. I might want to use my stealth ability for this. It needs 12 hours to recharge, though. Yeah, I could live like this forever, though, with my nuclear reactor. You got nothing on me. You think I'm scared of you? I am scared of these metal horrors. They're difficult to fight. They cause a lot of laceration damage, which armor is not as good as you would think it protecting against. Let me heal my guys first. I sure wish I still had my cyber ghoul to send through. Are the war urchins still out there? Yeah, they're still doing their thing. It's actually... What the... I can't believe what I'm seeing. I could just spam war urchins endlessly and they'll clean the map for me. Why didn't I think of this earlier? This is the OP strat. I don't know if you can see what's happening here. I just spammed dozens of war urchins, which are little disposable robots. I just keep making more and more. Oh, but until you're out of steel, then you can't do it. They're just sweeping across the map. This it's really funny. This actually works. I found something Tynan didn't think of. They don't seem to have a limitation on range. Do they have a limitation on energy? They do have a limitation on battery power. And they can't be recharged. Just spam more robots. Spam thousands of tiny little disposable robots and they just kill everything. That's incredibly effective. It's really unbelievable how effective that is. I wish I had known about this before I wasted all those time on fucking rituals that did nothing. I haven't seen this thing yet though. I don't think I want to end the horror assault. What does that mean? I'm in love with these little fuckers. They're amazing. They just keep going and killing everything in their path. I guess if I do that though. Alright, let's I guess Hamdad should be the one to go through. I'm still mourning the loss of our cyber ghoul. But honestly, that was an existence of suffering. They started out as a 72-year-old woman that we amputated everything off of to drain blood from. And then I felt bad for her, so I replaced all the body parts I took with bionics. But then I was like, I don't need a 72... Like, her stats are terrible. And she has a crumbled mind. I can't use her for anything. But I have been wanting to experiment on ghouls, and this will make it so she doesn't grow any older. Not realizing I was condemning her to a eternity of undeath. It wasn't the kindness that I thought it was. In a way, I'm glad she's gone. Except for all the cybernetics she took with her. And if we find the corpse, we can still resurrect it. Here they come. What did it... Did it lose my scent or something? That's a lot of firepower. Oh yeah, here are the war urchins. It's come full circle. Look at this little guy. He's the real MVP. Oh, they destroyed my light. Shit. Alright, time to go inside and see what awaits me. Here it goes. Oh. I'm in the void now. It lives up to its namesake. Touch void node. That seems like a spectacularly bad idea. Look at this thing. That's evil as hell, obviously. A sphere of writhing psychic energy rises before Hamdad. Hamdad feels a presence inside his mind, deeper than any normal human sense. He stands on the shoreline of an infinite black ocean of power. It beckons him in. Nearby Architect devices support the sphere along fragile connections. Hamdad could disrupt them, closing this link between worlds. Or he could step into the sphere and merge with the void. It's unknown what dark power could be gained from such an inhuman act. What do you say, chat? Disrupt the link or embrace the void? I say embrace the void. But by disrupting the link, we could prevent monsters from appearing on the map ever again. If that's what we wanted to do. It'd be marginally safer. Postpone is also an option. I don't know what it's going to do to Hamdad if we merge. I wonder if it's possible to colonize this realm. Embrace the void. Embrace it is. Hamdad steps into the void and the black ocean floods into him, overwhelming every sense, suffusing every thought in his mind. The void node has been refocused away from the world towards one single person. The void structures scream and then blink out of existence. Hamdad has embraced the void. His story continues. Skip credits. What does that get me? What happened? Is Hamdad gone? Where's Hamdad? Nope, there he is. Hamdad returns. Hamdad has reappeared. He looks withered by the inhuman thought patterns of the void. All traces of humanity have left his eyes. Hamdad's mind and body are now permanently linked to the dark void of inhuman rage. Powered by this new connection, Hamdad no longer feels tethered to mortal needs like comfort or sleep. He has gained the ability to induce terror in others using the power of the void. The monolith has awakened. It hums louder with Hamdad's reappearance, a reminder that its connection to the void has been opened and made permanent. Is it good? Good, maybe? Is that good or is it not good? Void terror. So I can cause others to flee in terror. That's cool. Don't feel too put out, Strategif. I thought about giving you the power, but I didn't know what would happen. I don't want to... You're actually my strongest pawn. I gave you control of all the combat robots, and I gave you the Revenant Spine, which lets you be invisible temporarily. I thought about giving that to Hamdad, but it didn't make sense because Hamdad only controls the agricultural robots, the servant robots. I wanted to make you my OP pawn, and if I'd known what would happen, I would have given you that power. Maybe we can give it to more than one pawn. I don't know. It looks like the nightmare is over for now. All the monsters dead? Here's the real heroes of this story are these little fellows. War urchins. I wish I had known this from the start. That you could just do that. I had no idea that I could just use the War Queen to just spam war urchins. And how incredibly effective and powerful that would be. Look at everything the war urchins killed. They just fucking ransacked everything. They fucked up everything. That little needle gun they have must be really effective on the monsters. One thing I'm sad I didn't get to show you is the necromancy. I only got to use necromancy once. What would have happened if I'd severed the link? Would anomaly content stop showing up and that would be the end of the DLC experience? I kind of want the ability to turn that off when I want to later on. I gotta post on the forums about that if anyone else is having trouble at this stage of the game. Yo, you can just put a War Queen outside your walls and just spawn wave after wave of war urchins, and they just demolish everything. It's all free meat, by the way. That's a very suitable power for a horror author, too, to be able to instill fear in the minds of mortal men. In the Macron of the Strogg. Look at how much fucking damage they did. I still... Oh, we wasted the bodies. Nobody fetched them in time. Most of us have detoxifier lungs, though. It's not the end of the world. I guess all that's left now to do is to conquer the world. For which we'll need an aircraft that can drop bombs. Ideally more than one. We still need neutroamine, though. We haven't been able to get any for a long time. Damn, I never thought that this fucking hunk of shit would come in so handy. Anything that has guns, this thing's useless against. But unarmored melee targets made of flesh and blood, apparently. Damn. Zam, even. Do we lose our meat? No, the meat stayed frozen. Ha ha ha! Despite everything. We managed to fix enough of these in time to keep our meat from spoiling. She better get detoxifier lungs. There. We're slowly making our dudes as OP as we possibly can. I feel all kinds of things. What a great DLC. What a great chunk of content and a great narrative. I like that it has its own story. It's not just new stuff that happens. It is new stuff that happens, but it's also more than that. I also appreciate that Gore Hulks never once thought to attack my coolant units from a reactor. I would have been in big trouble if they did. If they somehow had AI that was like, hey, this guy runs this based on nuclear. So that's it for fossil fuel power. In the end, I was forced to cannibalize the generators for the metal I needed during the final assault. So be it, says I. So be it. Yeah, that's right. That's how that should be. I'm going to redo the layout a little bit and build more batteries. It's going to be a big-ass battery. You know how I like my batteries. Is this the fuel we were down to? But we didn't have a whole lot left. We could not have kept going that way. There we go. Now it's time to shift into a new phase of our master plan. Cybernetic vampire army. Actually, let's see if we can find the ghoul. We lost a treasured member of our family, didn't we? Where did the ghoul go? Here we go. It's still there. It's still there. It's still there. You know what that means? It means there's still time to bring it back. Haha, we don't have to lose her. We don't have to lose our ghoul pet. Tragedy has not struck permanently. Death has no hold on this creature. We are truly deathless. Even humans are. If I had known that humans could have all the advantages of vampires without the downsides, you can use Biosculptor to not age, and you can use Death Refusal to be deathless. At least once. Necrobot's back, baby! Oh, Yam died. I don't think so. I don't think that's going to be happening. Nobody dies, damn it. Strogg never say die because we don't allow our own to die. We force them to get up back on their feet and march and kill. Yam is too important. He's asking. Someone will get her. Everybody fights, nobody dies. Death is not the end here. Except for all these creatures. What disturbs me, though, is that we haven't seen them all. There are still ones we have yet to witness. Like, what is this thing? What is this thing? I think this is in the Flesh Beast pit. Oh, Void, no, never mind. That is the last one. It means there's only 3 we haven't seen, and one of them I think I save scummed out of memory. This is a weather event. It's like Blood Rain. It's the same outline, but it's a different... something different falls. What is that? What does it drop? Cubes or something? This is a spicy meatball. I don't know what this one is. This is related to flesh beasts. Otherwise, other than that, we've seen everything. Did I make a mistake leaving the void conduit open? That means it's going to be anomaly content going forward, and we can't turn it off. I don't want to be anomaly focused after this. I want to be focused on world conquest. Although it used to be that even if you eliminated all of one faction, they would still raid you. Apparently that's been fixed, kind of. If you eliminate all of one faction, they are wiped out and they no longer send raids. But even if you wipe out everybody, the raid frequency doesn't decrease. It's just all mechanoids. You're just alone on a planet of killer robots. I'm glad we managed. You know what we should do now, since it's not worth the energy expenditure to hold anything but devourers, is we should just try to hunt down as many flesh mass heart nuclei as we possibly can, and just farm the meat. Non-stop meat farming. That would actually be worth having them, because we could sell the surplus. She got lung rot yet? No, she's a rot sting exposure. She's gonna get lung rot. That is a big stink cloud. Look at all that miasma. That is foul. Look at all those corpses. If we'd acted fast, we could have had unlimited meat. I would have had to make more butchering tables, though, than we have space for. Having a big battery seems like it would be pretty cool. We can always repurpose the space into more storage space for captured humans. There. I'll warm up the ritual room. One heater actually can heat up a lot of space. Efficiency tip. To reduce your power usage, use a lot of overwall vents to propagate the heat. The only real limit is the layout of your base and where you want hot versus cold. For example, can't find it now. There's a temperature map somewhere. Here it is. If you need some places cold, then obviously that's not the right answer to... it becomes... The complexity comes from having to fit them together like Tetris pieces. Because cold leaks through walls, and so does heat. So you want to group the places that have to say warm with warm sectors and cold sectors grouped with cold sectors. If you feel me. If you pick up what I'm laying down. Turquoise. This colony layout has me distressed. Explain why. What's wrong with it? I wasn't as thermally efficient as I could have been. And it's true that things should be closer together that are going to be used together often. But I was only able to really plan that way early on. It grew organically. Like early on, before I had this, from Dub's Bed Hygiene, I had to have access to the outside here, so I carved this out for overwall coolers. So the cool sectors had to be here. So did waste disposal, so I could also have it be frozen. Then I had the hospital here. So I wanted the biosculptors here in case of emergencies, and this here to cremate bodies of anyone I couldn't save. So then the prison goes here because also I'm going to be doing a lot of operations on the prisoners, and everything else after that grew out of necessity. Like I needed a workshop, so I couldn't think about where's the most efficient place to put it. I had to put it where I had space for. If I could design it whole cloth from the ground up, yes, I would place things differently, but I'd still adhere to the modular metabolist cell-based construction. What do you mean, like a nightmare? I think it's as efficient as it could be under the circumstances, being that I built it piecemeal, not all at once, so I couldn't really plan things out the way I wanted them to be necessarily. Like, a lot of stuff is repurposed. This is former waste storage area. This all used to be toxic waste packs until I had enough of these to get rid of them faster than they accumulated. Oh, I thought you were criticizing me. I can't. I'm autistic as fuck. I can't not do this. I do the same thing in Minecraft. I devised a modular system of domes of different sizes for different applications. Like it's the right dimensions to have about 16 apartments for underwater colonies that just fit together like Legos. So so you can build around seafloor features without having to modify too much. I just memorized how to build them. Even though it has been debunked as the optimal utopian design system by a bunch of real world implementations, like the one in Denmark I watched a video on recently, my heart still wants metabolist architecture. Some part of me still just thinks it's neat. But they tend to turn into slums in real life. I can't not optimize. Anyone expecting me not to optimize is barking up the wrong tree and doesn't understand me. Wherever I go, I must optimize. It's like I always say, optimize, optimize, optimize. But it's actually not hyper efficient, it just looks that way. This is the superficial appearance of optimization. Because, like I said, the constraints are resource constraints and energy constraints of Rimworld, and the fact that I had to build this piece by piece according to what was necessary, meant I could not place things where they optimally should be for the minimal travel distance between rooms that will be used together a lot. For example, the generators were down here, and the room for making the fuel was up here. And the batteries are here just because they had to be. Because after I built the first room and repurposed the other first two rooms into the kill box, I had to have batteries. So I put them where there was space for, and I relocated stuff as I was able to. And the housing ideally shouldn't be here because it's rarely used. It's only used to sleep. Housing should be like up here, because I'm only going to go there at night. So it could be further improved. And does that bother me? Yes, it does. It bothers me a little bit. The stuff that's most rarely used should be the highest travel distance away. Also, this is not an optimal location for the reactor. Because in order for the reactor to be up here... let me show you. I had to run coolant pipe down here, over here to these coolant towers, and over here. This one wasn't so bad. Ideally, the reactor would be like right here, if these were the only coolant solutions I was going to use. It's a bitch to maintain that, because when there's an explosion or anything, it can damage pipes in the walls. And if I don't notice that it has disabled coolant exchange with my nuclear reactor, then it's going to melt down. So ideally you want the shortest distance possible. So it could have been better. And it bothers me that it would be a really big hassle to relocate this late in the game. I did what I had to when I had to, because the game forced it upon me. I wasn't complicit. These are fine. These are where they need to be. These are also fine. They're near where the heat exchanger is, which they have to be, because I don't want to run my coolant line somewhere that's easily destroyed, because then all my food spoils before I notice it's happened. Robots should ideally be closer to the entrance, because they're going to be going in and out a lot to recharge. They're not too far from the entrance, but the machine shop didn't need to be there. I could have moved this up one. The machine shop should have been I don't know, but it doesn't need to be there. Are you cleaning? Is anybody cleaning? Or not? There we go. Let's get that pollution cleaned. I can't seem to keep pollution contained. Or corpse rot. These will make some nice skeleton soldiers as soon as they go to the bone zone, which they're slowly being transported to. I have a bone zone outside of every major entrance and exit to my base, so I can send a necromancer there to raise the skeletons to fight for me, to tilt the odds in my favor during some of the more bananas assaults like the one I just survived. I've had to ignore all these distress signals so far. Not forever. Not forever. Once I have the resources to build this vehicle, which will only happen on next stream, I guess. We'll be able to fly around the world going on American-style imperialist adventures, bombing the shit out of... I guess answering the distress signal and then solving their problem, but then killing them anyway. That's kind of how we roll. That's the American way. They damaged all my expensive stuff. They really knew how to hurt me. Oh, you know what I could have... Oh, you know what I could have done? I could have summoned an Apocryton mech threat to fight the nightmare creatures. I'm dumb. I didn't even think of that. I should have done that. I should have summoned the Apocryton threat. Zulu, no. Oh, you're trapped. Never mind. Fuck you. No one cares what you think. You weren't here for it, Turquoise, but you know what happened? I found a justification to make the War Queen, where it's actually useful for something. Most of the horror monsters are weak to the needle gun of the war urchins. So what I did was I just parked her outside of my walls and I spammed spawn war urchins until there were like dozens of them just combing the exterior environment outside of my security walls. Yes, my pawns aren't humanized. You can't see it's off screen, but here's my ideologian. It's also off screen. Fuck. Can you see enough of it? It's supremacist, collectivist, transhumanist, inhuman. They research very fast, body modification approved, age all the typical transhuman stuff, you know. But also they approve of nerve stapling, which is a mod that has a tie-in with this mod. Or with this DLC. They venerate rare weapons. They're a race of warlike cyborgs that has discarded their humanity in the never-ending quest to become as effective in combat as possible and to kill everything that isn't Strogg. What do you mean would fit the arc? I would like to live here. What are you saying about me? This is just a better... This is what the inside of my brain looks like. What are you trying to say, bro? Acting kind of sus. These are going to be some great battery pods. I'm just a big gray cinder block cube inside my brain. I try to tell people, and I warn them, and they don't listen to me. They don't believe it, and women think it's quirky and interesting. And then they find out it's true, and they recoil from me in horror, and I'm like, I warned you. This is not an act. I actually am this way. There are real people like this in the world. And everything you see about me that seems to be a human foible is an affectation that I've learned so that I can not horrify people. And I can have friends and all the other comforts that make life more tolerable. You have to be like that. You have to be like that. Oh, why is there a power cable there? If they walk over it, that's going to cause outages. Everything has to be exactly to standard. That can't be there. That can't be there either. It has to be like this. There. Like, nope. Like that. I wrote a book about it. But nobody fucking reads my books. Except for cool people. Cool, sexy, handsome people. I don't know if you know what the Strogg are. The Strogg are like the Borg, but the Borg are like virgin to Strogg's Chad. The Borg are like cybernetic Sojaks compared to the Strogg. The Strogg harvest the dead from the battlefield, and they resurrect the ones that aren't too damaged using nanotechnology. And then they take them apart for body parts if they are too damaged. They use the body parts to surgically repair their own soldiers, and to build new Strogg out of them in a Frankensteinian process that's a combination of technological resurrection and cyber surgery. And the ones that are just fucked up and mangled, they feed into a machine which processes their tissues into what's called Stroyant, which is what it sounds like. It's their equivalent of nutrient paste. I guess we can stop making these packaged survival meals. We're no longer in danger of losing refrigeration. Quake, Quake 2 and Quake 4. Quake 4 is except for the shitty machine gun in that game, it's an unsung classic and a great use of the Doom 3 engine. They're just very crass and pragmatic. They don't have any sentimentality. Everything for the war effort. And it's a singular goal of exterminating all life and then consuming them and to make more Strogg. I really wish we had processed these faster so they didn't rot. They would have been a boon for our food supply. Not that we don't have ample meat from the ones that we did collect. Yeah, that's all anyone remembers about it. I guess it speaks well of it that it has such a memorable, iconic scene that nobody can ever forget. But there were also other great scenes in that game, like the giant heart, which pumps Stroyant. And the digester beast, which they use to process waste, who you kill by force feeding him Stroyant until his stomach explodes. Then the Nexus, which is just a giant brain. Kind of a lame boss battle because you don't really fight it. It just spawns lower tier enemies. But at the same time, that's in keeping with Quake tradition. Quake bosses are usually a puzzle of some kind. The part I remember about Quake 2 is mostly the mind-broken Marines and the fact that after you kill the Macron, a smaller Macron comes out. You kill the big robot, and then a smaller robot pops out of it, and his head is a railgun. And then after you kill the smaller robot, his top half falls off, and there's a brain in his midsection. Oh, they fucked up my expensive plasteel structures so badly. And they managed to destroy one of my geothermals. Motherfuckers. I shall never forgive them as long as I live. At least there's a lot of new skeletons. A lot of new skeletons for the skeleton army. This got fucked up too. Fucked up. It got fucked up. How fucked up? So fucked up. Let's reinforce that for next time. I didn't know that smoothing stone made it something possible for enemy AI to identify as man-made. I should have known that and just not left it, not smoothed it. It wouldn't have mattered. It would have just been less pretty. Did any of my cows survive? Yay! One of my cows made it. Literally one of my cows. Out of originally 16 of them. Survived everything. In her little cow paradise. Her mini cow world. I created for her. And also my little chicken land. Chickens fared everything. Chickens didn't even know anything was happening. Chickens know nothing of revenants or zombies or sight stealers. I didn't notice that. That's actually interesting world building. I know that the architecture changed in Quake 2 as you approach the Imperial Palace. Stuff starts getting artful. That's just more commentary. And not particularly sophisticated commentary, but still appreciated. I've had nightmares similar to that. Similar to, just to the Strogg as a concept. What time is it? Am I overtime? I'm overtime. Well, that was a blast. I'm glad that I waited until the stream time to summon the final assault. What you have to look forward to next time is the... Hopefully we finish constructing this aircraft, loading it up with bombs, and spreading freedom around the world. All of these people are going to die. I don't care if they're my allies or not. Everybody's got to be bombed. Even you! You live on an island, Wise Buffalo Island, so far away from me. We have nothing to do with... I've never met you. We would normally never interact, but I'm still going to find you eventually, and you too. You think you escape me by living on this tiny little speck? I will reach everywhere, and I will kill everyone eventually. If I can't reach them because of the limitations of the main aircraft I'm going to be using, I'll build the Architect one. I will find everybody and I'll bomb them into oblivion. Speaking of which, I have nukes because this is Rim Atomics. So we can theoretically eventually make nuclear ICBMs to reach the places the aircraft can't get to. That was a blast, though. Thank you all for joining me. What a wild ride. Mr. Toad's wild... Or actually, Mr. Bones' wild ride. I guess. If Short Talk wants to play us out and raid us another server, I'd be much obliged. The only thing that makes me a little bit sad, though, is that SOS2... is probably never getting a 1.5 update because it was a big stretch. It was a community effort to update it to 1.4 because the dev team didn't update it after 1.3. The dev team moved on to make their own game. That was basically Space Rimworld, understandably, because they wanted to get paid. I can't blame them for that. But it does mean that huge part of the game for me is just going away forever. If it wasn't for that, I would not have installed SRTS because SOS2 has a dropship already that functions much the same way. SRTS is quite like that component of SOS2, but without the space component. The reason I'm going to miss SOS2 so much is because it has a moon environment, I loved colonizing the moon by building using spaceship parts on the surface to make a habitat. And I can't do that anymore. That's just off the table. Makes me cry.